Hello and welcome back to the stream. I am Junchan and today we are working again on our prototype, but we are doing that by continuing our tour of the purescript-sdom library. Since, and I think we're kind of almost done with our tour. There's a kind of a final piece, which is basically solving the problem that got us into the tour in the first place. But I think we've learned some stuff. I mean, it could be that I already forgot a bit, but we're gonna jump into it and check that right away. So let's see. We do have this this outline, but I think this is not where our most recent work is. The most recent work is around here. One of the things that we saw was that we could use the apply operator in order to combine a function of, in this case, bool to int with an applicative of int, or no, sorry, an applicative of bool, and get an applicative of int to int. Here we're using the applicative instance for maybe. And that is not exactly what we want from to help us solve our problem. Our problem is that ideally we'd like to be able to get the log in our effectful applicative. So right now, what we were able to do was to what we started with was the example that's provided by sdom itself, where we took this effectful value, in this case an event of instant, meaning an event that will at some point, and in this case in fact repeatedly, provide an instant. We'll ignore that instant that's provided, but instead we'll repetitively execute this log-to-log function, which will be passed to the sdom shell, so to speak, to update the state of a component tree. So that was the beginning, but the problem was that what we would have liked to do in place of this type of effect, which repeatedly does something and of which we ignore the return value, what we would have liked is to run an effect, but an effect that would actually depend on the value of log. And so we didn't get necessarily closer to that particular aim, but the bool into int example that I showed you earlier, we were able to apply here by using a different idiom, where instead of using only the functor instance of event, we use the applicative instance of event, and now we're able to pass a function of time to log. This is a log value, and then pass it a time. And that will work exactly the same way as this, except that we're in fact now able to use the return value from interval right here by passing it to this function. And so we pass the time to this function. Since we haven't passed the log, it remains a log-to-log function, and that's how we get this log-to-log, which is expected by this by the sdom top level management of events. So that's cool. Let's run it. I think we created some npm scripts. Let me yeah, that is not where we want to be. Or package.json. Okay. Don't know why more is not available there. That is pretty strange. Right, npm run parcel. then we'll start another bash, also in browser kernel faults. Sorry about the gurgling noise. And npm run HS to get a Hyperswarm proxy up. All right, then we restart. And so, yes, the way that I'm dealing with choosing write or read in our interpreter pattern matching is by that if it's A, then we write, and if it's anything but A, then we read. So I'll hit B so that we go into that into the read pattern, and doing so, we see that not only does our event get repeated in the same way that that it used to with where we lifted out of the example, but it also allows us to print out the time with the spy time. So that's great. That's in my book, that's progress, because what this required is for me to move to understand the event much better. Although I'm sure there's some subtlety that I don't understand quite yet. To use its applicative instance, which in fact I did intuit might be one of the ways that we get out of the predicament. And that increases my confidence in my understanding of applicative, and that is, that's priceless, because applicative is all over the place in this world of purely functional programming. So, okay. So now we've done this in this fashion, but that's not exactly what we want. So, but we could try something else. Just to make sure it works. So, right, and I'm just going to explain our problem again by maybe trying to start from what we have and imagine that we're doing what we would ultimately like to do. And in fact, I'll do it that way. So what we want is to send some operations, right? And we do have a send function. In fact, I think we even have. Did we rename it? I think we renamed it. Actually, we even removed it for now. So. Let's not exactly care about what this does yet. We'll call this sender. No, not a good idea. We'll call it send. And that's supposed to be calling our foreign function that actually does the sending. And we'll troubleshoot this if this doesn't work. But this has the type of event of array up to unit. So let's see how type Tetris will work here. Sending the array ops. So, well, let's pretend that we're sending. Let's pretend that this is an array of ops, and in fact, our read function is like so. So that's great. So it means that this is really some ops, even though it's an empty array for now. But it means we can send the op, and that should not type check, because now send. Oh no, that should type check, except that does it type check? Oh, it doesn't, because we're doing send, I think, differently than how we did it before. Because possibly we want send to be an event. And so in that case, right, we would not, what we would do is we would, the K would receive would expect well, first of all, so hold on, send is an event that's going to wait for an array op. And is the array op going to come here? I think K is the callback. So K is the function that will send will get us some ops, and then we'll apply K to those ops, I think. And I'll probably do it like this. What am I doing? Send will take an array up, right? So what? Yeah, I think I'm going the other direction here. I think we really have. I think that what we had before was this, and I think that that's probably more correct. K is just giving us a unit, so we can actually ignore it, I think, and then we send the ops, and I mean, we ignore or receive, something like that. Yeah. So we use send with the array of ops, and so in theory that's okay, right? And this type check, and so if we rerun this and we go and hit B, something's wrong with our hyperswarm. Let's restart it. Not the first time this happens. Okay, reloading. Okay, then I'm hitting B, and it does want to send something, and so let's see whether we're trying. What we should receive is an empty array. So let's go check our foreign function. And right, send swarm, but we'd want to see the payload. And I think I have my cable from my microphone touching the mouse, and that makes some noises. And right, so to get this to recompile, I need to save again. Okay, and we hit B, and that's the empty array payload. And then the follow-up error is just because we haven't worked out yet how we're going to actually send something over the network. But that's a detail, and that's JavaScript, it will be solved in time. So so you might say, oh, well, then we're done, right? Because we are able to send ops to the FFI and we're good. But no, we're not. Why? Well, first of all, yeah, time should be empty right now, right? In fact, how come time doesn't get spied on. In theory, this sends units, and so time will be unit, and so we should have a time unit being displayed, but we don't. And it could be because right. It's probably because we have an error in the FFI, so we never get to complete this action here. So let's make it so that we do complete it. Sorry about that. And we'll write the payload. We need that, and we need to trigger recompile through the IDE, and it's packaging, and it's reloading, and we hit B. And we do not have time being shown here. And that I do not understand. Well, it's still possible that I actually so let's double check the type of send. Array up to effect unit. Array up to effect. Maybe it's not right to have this set timeout. What if I return immediately? I mean, I'd want to return unit here, but I don't know whether that's even doable. Okay, B. What if I type B again? Yeah, so it's still hooked up, just not the way we want. Okay. We do ignore the return value here. And we do return unit. Yeah, send does return unit, and so we actually don't really care what send underscore returns because we ignore it. Okay, so okay, let's do bool. Unit, not unit. No, not here. In fact, I think we're going to want a parenthesis here. Okay, do we compile still? No, we don't. Okay. Am I missing const? Bool. What's the problem? EQ. Okay, I must just be missing a parenthesis somewhere, or having added an extra one. Oh well, maybe I need to import bool, that's one thing. Okay, I don't know what my ID is doing here, but we will want bool from, well, we will have it from prelude, I think. EQ. Let's double check that the type of time is unit. Is that even going to type check? Now there's something going on with what I just added here. Ah, yes, of course. Yes. Okay, I was missing a parenthesis. Okay, I'm still missing a parenthesis. Yes, I am. And now I import bool. And right, it is control error util. What a weird place to be, but this is where it is. Okay, B. Same thing. So it could be because, I mean, it is strange because it did work with, I mean, let's just make sure that we haven't hallucinated, that there isn't anything specifically different here. If I do B, I do get it. I mean, what is different, I suppose, is where control lies. Interval is an event. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I just realized that I've been misguided in... I've been basically confusing events and effects. And I mean, sure, an event has a side effect, but the fact that I wrap my, or that I pretend that my send is an event doesn't mean that I really made it an event. because it's still waiting to be subscribed to, and it, I mean, I guess it gets subscribed to. Let's think about it with interval. That's an event. Who calls it? What triggers it is the set interval, the JavaScript set interval. And what subscribes to it is the SDOM framework. If we try to make send an event, then we need to answer the same questions. And I think there's maybe a misunderstanding here, because what calls send? Well, the answer is we want to call it. And so there already it breaks. It wouldn't break if we implemented it for receive. Then for receive, we could say, who calls it? Well, the JavaScript calls it when it receives an event. And then that would work fine. And so that opens up the possibility to move this code inside the interpreter, which would be much cleaner. So you know what? We will try this. And I'm going to still keep this around. And oh, right, but yeah, that's interesting. What putting the read or even receive event in the interpreter would do, that it would allow us to resubscribe each time. We don't really need that, right? It might be needed at some point. Maybe we want to have the capability, for instance, to unsubscribe from the event with an offline button, right? And that we wouldn't be able to do if we'd registered outside of our application. But that's not the use case that we want, because so I suppose we could have a sort of a startup event here, like startup event, that's like on document load basically, or on document, yeah. And then we'd send like a left read, which would be like calling it read is actually not right here, right? It's sort of it's listen, right? And we don't want to listen, start listening multiple times. On startup, we'd want to start listening. And then when we receive that listen, we would register that the receiver up, which, hold on, in our case, it takes a context because it's a handler. Is that what I ended up using here? No. No, I ended up using listen directly. So I actually didn't create an event for listening. So let's do that. Let's see if we can create an event for listening. So listen. would be an event of indeed array up, and it would be make event, and when it's called by one of its subscribers, then the subscriber would yeah, and here I need to make it this little inversion, the same inversion that I did here. I'm gonna copy up there so that I have it in front of me. Yeah, right, except that we had access to push, but it's fine because we don't need to have access to push because that's going to be handled by sdom for us. And so K will receive, K is the callback, so we want to pass it the op. Maybe we need to create an event here. Do we want to do this and then return the event? Such that I think we're making too many events here. Oopsie. Okay, who calls K? Framework calls K. That's not right. We won't listen to call K. Yeah, we do. Is that it? So when we call this event, if you compare it to event instant interval, I mean, let's look at interval again, code of interval. FRP. Event right here. We don't have interval here. Interval. interval makes an event that calls set interval, and then such that set interval is called with something that will call k with the time. So right. Yeah, right. So it's not this, right? We want to call k with the ops that we got, and we're supposed to receive ops when we listen. Right, so hold on. We're calling listen with a callback. That will receive some ops. And then send them to k. Let's compile. So we're back to saying that we will well, I suppose for now let's leave it boy. Like this. And there is not such thing as listen right now, or I mean startup. And I think we want to return pure units here. Okay. And listen doesn't have a parameter. Okay, so this does compile. And right. How listen is yeah, listen is so let's call the callback for listen after a second. And let's call it with yeah, ops, so some an empty array or something. And we'll say that we're in listen. Okay. All right, so what do we do here? If we do B or something, then it will trigger listen. And so after and this should be ops. So we should receive some ops to spy on, possibly. It's all good. So let's do B. And after a second, we get listen, but it doesn't look like we went into this ops part of things. But what if I hit B again? So it looks like we do trigger this, and then the callback does get called, but we can't seem to be getting something really out of it for some reason. Supposed to be array ops. So let's see if we can spy on ops here. Yeah. So do get called, but for some reason, whereas time was being passed nicely, my ops don't seem to be. Okay, we'll do something weird. We'll pass some payload to listen, just to pass it a proper purescript type, and follow it around. So we actually call K not with ops, but with str. And that means that in fact we're now returning an array of string. And okay, yeah, just builds because we haven't constrained the function below. Maybe part of the problem. Yeah, no spying still. Okay, let's it could be that it's just that the second branch doesn't get called, but it really doesn't explain why when it's with time then it does get called. That's really strange. Okay, where, oh well, we don't need to call this anything. You can just say go ops logs equals this, and that means the go is from, well, right now it's from a string. To log. Yeah. key. Huh. So I need to double check what I've done with my event compared to interval here, because it could be that my event's not properly fashioned here. Make event, supposed to get a K and receive some ops from outside, but ignore that and called K with a string, and then return. Well, we don't have an unsubscription thing to return, so that's it. And so listen is potentially something that gets called several times. Or this is the callback for listen is something that potentially gets called several times. Okay, what if we do set interval here instead of set timeout? Oh, is it that thing where I need to call the callback with a... I think it is. I need to call the callback with this idiom because it's an effectful. It's in the effect monad, it's effect of something, so it needs to be called that way. Huh. At least I think so. Let's see. Yes, we get our ops. And the logger. Wow, yes, that's something from the FFI that is just a tiny bit tricky, but good. So we're back in business. We can now return an array ops here. Array op, I mean, and we can ignore that string, and we can not pass any string to listen here, and we can also just make sure that we get the ops, and we should get the empty array op, except that this needs to be array op. Oh hey Juan, what's up? Good morning to you. I did, absolutely. 20th day, in fact, it was today. I said 18 yesterday, but it was 19. How about you? Did you do your practice? Thanks. Or did you just wake up, maybe? All right, nice one. Okay, so that's good. Oh, all right. That was a pretty. I guess it's an early class because I'm used to seeing you wake up around this time, but I guess that's when you weren't when classes hadn't started again. Then you could afford to play into the night, but no more. Haha. All right, so yeah, we do get calls, so this will work, except it will do this weird thing where we'll re-register the event each time, except if we call it sort of on a startup, which is sort of our plan here. And yeah, I'm not sure how we would do that. But I'm glad that we're able to make it work in this direction. It sort of clarifies the, and really we can also, we can recompress this bit by making it a lambda. and we can remove this. Well, we'll keep the spying for now. And so it's a little bit asymmetrical here, right? Because the listen interpreter then is supposed to be displayed. Well, I suppose we could have this Boolean which basically say offline, online, and that would actually be pretty smart. So let's try that. And then we can have a button. So we have a listen bool, and then we could have a button somewhere, probably here. And let's go fetch some button code somewhere in an example. I think there will be some right there. Very good. And yeah, why not? And then this is actually a toggle, so that's pretty much what we want, except we also want to, well, yeah, that's it's not exactly what we want, but we want to listen, right? Listen of not be, I would say. That's not quite right. We would need some state. Oh, there is state there. Expanded is state, but expanded is yeah, overall state. So we need to make basically a button, a offline button. Maybe we should call it online, and it would be our new component. Don't have a component. We only had one till now. Boolean, and we'll just make it here a component. Is that going to be enough? I don't know yet, but maybe. And all right, sounds good. Enjoy. Cool. So expanded. Right. So online else offline. So it won't be expanded. It will be is online. That was quick. And events click. Right. Right. Event click. If we make it right and not, then that will update our Boolean state, right? But what we really want is to case on Yes, that's a good idea. I'll definitely take a little break. Just a short one. Maybe get a little bit of banana as well. Right. So if we have several choices here. First of all, this action really is here, and we're never gonna need that. So if this is a receive the event from the click. So that's all good. But here, if we do write, then this is a Boolean to Boolean function that's going to change our state. And if that's the case, then we can get that state here and then decide whether it's online or offline. And that's all good, and that should work fairly straightforwardly. Actually, we could probably just save that. I think we need to fix the type for this. Let's see, do we have another error here? Yeah, it's Boolean. And therefore now we would need to say something like, yeah, true here, and maybe true here. Don't know how we're going to pass that state around, but and then right. Then what matters is how we compose these components. I think we're going to need to look at another example for that. Let's see, maybe select. That looks like it only has one layer of components, but we want several. Like, let's get to do. Supposed to do, we'll have it. So yes, task list will have tasks, but that will use the array combinator, and we don't want that. So I suppose we want some kind of like a similar combinator, but for true false. So for kind of a maybe or Boolean. Counter is too simple, right? Counter just has the state, and then it shows the value, but of course, yes. I think I get it. We need to just add. So this is not going to be log anymore. This is going to be state. And state will be, well, it will actually be log and a Boolean. And this will need to be state. This will need to be state. And then we'll pass not alpha log root, but state with alpha log root and false. Let's say we start disconnected. I mean, this could be obviously in a record, but let's try it like this. And so here will be state to state. I'll stop spying on all the things for now. And this will be, in fact, state log underscore. And if we want to return, well, actually it would be, well, b. And we return a state of append log blah and b, and we'll need to do something similar here and return this with some extra parentheses somewhere. I would say here. And let's get a bit more width here, and yeah, then we're back to this, but now we can say well, we need to define a lens for state. So we say underscore bool underscore online. It's going to be a lens prime from log to boolean, and then we'll say that well, how are we going to create that lens? There's a make lens thing, no? Yeah, I suppose state could be a tuple. State could be therefore a type synonym. And then we need to pattern match on tuple here. And here, and here, and here. And here. And that will bring us back to here, where this time we can say underscore 2 from tuple. Or is it underscore, is it seconds? Or underscore seconds? Okay, lens prime has the example for tuple, and it is underscore 2. So I just need to find it somewhere. I didn't import the right one. Where is it? Underscore 2 lens record. So it would be import data.lens.tuple. No. Yes. Data.lens.lens.tuple. Really? Oh. Okay. And then 2. Yeah. Okay. And will that work? Oh, okay, so you want the 1. Tuple boolean with log. Okay, I'm confused now. It goes the other way around. Is it? Do I need to use map? I thought we did this and it worked just fine. Must be just spacing out on how to do it. I think it's, is it below? We try to do this. No, I think I deleted it. Hold on, let me look at the type of lens again. Is it that I need a view in it? I need to map it. Let's see. We need to get back to the sdom generated docs here, and lens. Right, so hold on. So if online is Boolean, here you tell me it's Boolean, but I want to log. Hold on. Why does this? That's not right. It shouldn't want log. It should now want state. This is unconstrained. This is unconstrained. Yeah, it should want state. What? Just need to reload the ID. That's not right, but should be _2. Just from data lens. Tuple anything Boolean. But you're still insisting on log. Okay, so there must be some log stuff hanging out in other places that I haven't seen. I mean, this is fine. This is not impacting the type of the top level component. This is _1. This is fine. This is _2. Top is state to state. This is state to state. I think we're not using this, right? And okay, I think I'm going to need to run Spago build as maybe something that got out of sync. Where is this coming from? Is it inferred because of the type of... I think it is. And this should be tuple. Oh, right. No, sorry. Yes. Should just be this. And the type checks. There's some weirdness with the ID, but it type checks. I think. Does it? Oh no, there's still some errors. I see. So you need some parentheses here, right? Ah yes, and listen now has a is online payload. I think we need to like this. And now it compiles, okay. And we have a button in the middle of the face. Let's adjust this. It's actually right inside the editor and it shouldn't be, so let's move this out maybe. To right here. Okay, and if we click it, we get online and offline. So that's all good. And it means that here yeah, I was kind of seeing this coming. So the fact that we go left here means that, again, we don't have access to the log function because we're deferring to the listen, the part where we listen. So I suppose maybe that's okay. Maybe we just pass this to listen. We make listen a function that takes a Boolean and we pass this as the first element of listen. And we pass it here. And then we do something like yeah, we'll play with set interval. We say that set interval will return an unsubscription function. It does, right? Maybe not. Yeah. Yeah. So we say if oopsie. If he's online, then do this thing, and then we say that we have a var stop that's non-set. Else we clear interval of stop. And I think this is flaky, but it will be fine in JavaScript, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I think so. Okay. So we start offline. We go online. Was kind of expecting this to continue running. So what happened? We changed the state and right, the fact that we changed the state doesn't mean that we called listen. So maybe we do need to also So here, when we click the button, we only do we do a stateful transformation here, and that's all good. It changed the state of the online component from true to false, false to true, and that it turns out also changes the state of the parent component editor, changing it from tuple of a log to true, a tuple of the same log to false, and so on. But we don't call listen. Can we do that same trick? But the level below. I am starting to think that maybe sdom has some limitations that make it not a great fit for what we're trying to do. I'll try a bit more, but I think clearly the fact that it's not used by many people also is going to play against us to find our way through it. So let's try and see whether we can find a way. So we're modifying the state below. We're in fact not using this action. We're not going left here. So the question is, could we and would we want to go left here? If we go left here, we still can't use the current state and pass that up. If we use the map channel yeah, we also wouldn't be necessarily able to use the map channel interpreter. So I suppose the other option is to send a left here. Yeah, but that wouldn't be pretty. I'm thinking we send a left here, and since we can't send the current state, then we sort of have to maintain a copy of that state higher up in the component hierarchy, and that doesn't work very well, does it? So the other option is that now we have states available at this point. And in fact, let me see, if we reload, because that state did change, we did trigger a log-to-log function somewhere there. I'm not sure exactly what triggered it. But we did have a state change. So I suppose that one way to see that is to say that now if we write, we have access to state, so we could basically put this operation in a queue locally, or in local storage, for instance. So that's quite useful. That would work. But it's just that it doesn't resolve. It's just that we can't trigger this effectful listen when this state change occurs. Actually, it's a little bit orthogonal. Meaning, it doesn't really depend on the fact that listen is online. There is something here, which is that, I mean, we're kind of pussyfooting around our main problem, right? We're trying different things with the SDOM framework, but here, if we get, like I was saying earlier, like if I type, but that we are offline, then we could say that in theory, then we can send something to local storage. But in practice, we don't know how to do that. In fact, we don't know how to send it into the network if we are online. So we're still blocked in the same way. But I realized that, in fact, if we also have a way to listen, then we could send, basically we could get this B and then send listen listen B, and that would unregister the listener, for instance, so that we are not receiving things from the network. So, and it's the same problem, but symmetrical, right? Meaning now we just need to do something effectful from inside that log-to-log function, which is what basically we don't know how to do. So, is that possible or not? So now we're circling the problem from two directions. So let's think about this in terms of sampling, which is a little bit the same as thinking about it in terms of who calls us. Because when we compose this with the listen event, then when the listen event occurs, the log-to-log function is called. So the listen, the real world, the external world samples us, or we sample this value at a time chosen by the external world. So it's a bit that same last stream I was speaking in terms of sink and sources, and so listen is a source, and it's a pull, it's a push source. It decides when it triggers the rest of the pipeline. It's not us who go to the listening sink and then pull whatever value is in there. It's not like that. It's the listen event that triggers the flow of events when it has something to share. Whereas in the other direction, where we want, so if it's the simple case, if it's just pure, then we get sampled immediately. There's nothing that calls us, or so we could say that this very definition defines that we get called immediately as we are interpreted. So one of the questions is, what if we had something that is similar, that gets called immediately, which is kind of like delay 0, and that's possible, right? We'd still have the problem with somewhat address the question of not waiting to be called by something external, and sort of deciding to have control over when we actually trigger things. But we still wouldn't be able to pass in or to depend on a value that would be passed by state. It's really all about state escaping into some kind of effectful world. which again makes me think about monadic, or the lack of a monadic interface, and maybe the fact that we don't have a monadic interface means that we simply can't do that. We can have a state change that's affected by an external value, and that will so if we follow the same model, if I say pure of all this. Hey, Juan. Yeah, thanks. Let's see, what time is it? Yeah, 9:30. That is a good time to take a proper break. And indeed, as you say, I think I want to continue a little bit on that thought, but I should also think about wrapping up. Sure, definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, although in this case it's maybe less memory and more solution finding, but both can be faulty sometimes. Yeah, let me finish this thought. And so here I'm saying that we could do send ops, and that would be okay. And then the result of that could be something like, well, in truth, it could be the log, could be the ops, right? But our problem is that we don't have Okay, I've got some pattern in mind, but I take a little break, and I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. See you in a bit. All right, and I'm back after a nice little passion fruit juice break. Okay, so I'm thinking that this whole applicative of a function thing probably means that really we can't, basically it's this whole idea of referential transparency, and that a pure function is a pure function, is that we can't send effectful things in the middle of that. So I think we are a little bit stuck, but here's the thought. The thought is, okay, we can't be in the middle of it, but we don't care about being in the middle of it. We could be after it. It's just fine. So what about just receiving the end state and doing something with that? So basically that would mean that we would have yeah, that would be just sufficient, in fact, I think. I mean, we might want to also store ops inside the state, like ops to process and maybe ops in flight or something like that. But so to find out whether that's possible or not, I can't tell just straight away. Let's try and follow the signal and see, because here, once we've applied f, and what I was saying about not being able to put ourselves in the middle of that model to model thing is basically we can't break f apart. What we could possibly do is do something before f, we'll do something after f. But in absence of that, what we see here is that we push both the old model and the new model. So where does this push go? And so let's go back to looking at how these things occur inside the sdom library. Because basically, I think this would be not an event, but let's remind ourselves how this goes. The push, okay, let's first understand where this push comes from. This push is an event that's created at the root. And that event is the one that is passed to an sdom here. And right, V is an sdom, and when we pass an sdom V to a node unit, a startup model, and event, then we get some events. So and I think this is the tying of the knot, as it's called in event-driven frameworks, that we create the first event. Let's look at an sdom. An sdom extracts the f that's inside the sdom. Well, the thing is that I am now looking at something a little bit different than the chronofold itself, even though it's still connected to the chronofold in some ways. Right now I'm sort of battling with this purescript-sdom library. try and make it do what I want it to do. And I've been doing that now for 3 streams, so it's been a little bit of a process, and that's been taking me a little bit away from Chronofold directly, because it's more about creating the prototype and learning about this UI library in the meantime. So Chronofold things are basically they're still here in our code. If you look, the part that's chronofoldy is this part, and then the send part. But all of the stuff that's around it is related to this prototype. SDOM is this experimental library for developing applications in the browser, which is similar to something like React, except that it's just very experimental, which is why some things are not trivial. And so I wanted to try it to see how far I could get, and also because it's using some concept that I'm not super familiar with and I wanted to learn about. So I accepted this kind of the slowdown in trying to do the prototype, because I thought that there was some interesting things to learn with this library. So it's a little bit of a tangent with regards to Chronofold. And if you look at the title of the stream these days, not the one that's on screen, but experiment, definitely experimenting with all the things. And at work, that's something like you can't really do, right? Because at some point you gotta make progress. But since this stream is also for me to learn new things, that's a really good excuse to try things, even if they take a little bit of time to get into it. So let's see. Right, so what I was saying is that, so one of the trick with this library, you see one, is that we talked about events, in fact, you remember, like a couple of weeks ago, and this library definitely uses events, but it uses events that are a bit mind-bending if you don't do functional programming. For instance, here, instead of, you could imagine like an event is, if I say to you, like you have an event of an integer, you'd think, okay, great. That means probably that I'm going to receive one integer in the future, or maybe a few integers, maybe it's kind of a stream of integer, right? So you'd think the type event of integer would be that you'd receive some integers. And that would make sense, right? But here we're in functional programming, and we have an event here that's an event of a function. An event of a function from state to state. And so what does that mean? It means that I'm going to receive functions. So instead of giving me an integer, you're going to give me some functions. And so that's a little bit mind-bending if you don't do functional programming. But what's going to happen is that then, in this case, the framework is going to take that function that you built up here, and what it's going to do is going to run it for you. And it's going to run it on top of the current state of the application, and then it will get the new state of the application after running your function. So that's kind of what this library does. But what this means is that it's tricky to do something in the middle of that function, because in fact you can't, because that function is what's called a pure function. So it means that it's not supposed to do anything else but to take an input and compute an output. It's not supposed to do anything in the middle of that. Whereas, usually in other programming languages, a function is not generally a pure function. It can be a method or a procedure. And in this case, you get an input, sure, but you can do tons of stuff in the middle. The example that functional programmers use all the time is firing the missiles. And it's a way to say, that type safety gives you some guarantees about what your program do and don't do. Right, so an immutable array you can't resize. Yeah, so in certain programming languages, arrays can't be resized. That's right. It's a similar thing. The general category for that could be called an invariant. It's something that you expect cannot change in your program. And so indeed, for instance, the size of an array. And in functional programming, you have this really high-level invariant, which says that a function can only look at its input and provide you with an output. That's what a pure function does. And PureScript is a purely functional, purely functional programming language. And so it means that its functions can't do anything else but take an input and return always the same output if given the same input. And they can't fire the missiles in the middle of it. Whereas in any other programming language than a purely functional programming language, usually you receive an input. Well, you can do tons of stuff in the middle. You can call the database, you can write to disk or fire the missiles. In purely functional programming, you can't do that with a pure function. If you want to do that, then you need to use it. You need to basically use some other type of construct that's not a function. That's something that's more than a function and allows you to describe things like writing to disk or receiving stuff from the network or firing the missiles. And so, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like what a mathematical function is. So, and normally when in programming you say function, you don't necessarily mean a mathematical function. Yeah, exactly. And so in functional programming, a function is a pure function. And so in our case, this is wrapped in an event. And the event can do some non-pure things. And non-pure things are usually called effectful things, or things that create side effects. A side effect is something that is not pure. It's something that happens, like writing to disk, or like receiving something from the network, or acquiring the database. All of those are effects. Or changing the size of an array. That's actually an effect as well. So event here is an effectful construct, because things can happen there in an event that are not pure, like something can call you, right? Like an event of something, or like we had this interval event. The interval event is going to set up a timer, and then the timer is going to call you regularly. And so that's effectful. That's not pure. It's not a pure function. So what I've been trying to do is trying to combine these things so that I could, because I need the state for some stuff to calculate my chronofold operations, in fact. And I just been struggling, and how do I combine this event that goes from state to state with an effect where I need this state in order to calculate what needs to go over the network. But I've been going around in circle trying to find ways, and it was a good excuse to actually go and learn about the SDOM library in more details, but I'm still stuck on this. So, and I've been stuck for now 3 or 4 streams. So my current theory or hypothesis about how maybe to solve the issue is to, instead of trying to put myself in the middle of the function, and try to receive the state, do something, and then return the state, which would break the model of a purely functional programming. So I can't really do that. Instead, I need to find out, okay, how about I put myself at the output of it after the state has changed, or even before the state has changed, and then try to insert myself somewhere there to do my computation. Ideally, I would actually insert myself before, but what I was looking at by looking at the SDOM library code is how this, well, where is a potential before and after by looking at the inner workings of the library itself. So right, so here an event is created, and we push to it the old model and the new model. So that sounds like a candidate for whatever is subscribed to this push here. And I suppose that that would be all right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's see. Yeah, let's look again at nsdom. Yeah, nsdom just unwraps the sdom function. So and sdom, I'm gonna bring the type down there so that we can look at it. So we receive that sdom element that we're attaching, and then we use all of the stuff that's inside by passing it this node to which is going to be attached, passing it a context that at the beginning is just, oh wait, no, that's the node n, passing it a context that is unit, passing it its initial input, which is the model that's passed to attach, and then an event that is of type old and new, which we created right here. And so this event is sort of going to be the carrier for all of the events that get that happen inside the component tree. All right, Juan. Good to see you, and yeah, maybe we catch each other up tomorrow on stream. Okay, so what does it mean to be the carrier? So I think it all happens, it's all related to how this V is built up, and therefore the resulting events. And we've seen that last time when we were looking at how this is built up, and it's built up by a series of combining all of the different components, handlers and events, and resulting in this final events value that contains all of the appended or and alted and plussed handlers and events from the component tree. And so all of this then in some sense depend on that event that's being passed to it. So that's one thing. And then it means that when we push to that event, we're in fact pushing down to all of the handlers of the tree. and we subscribe this push new model function. So the thing that I'm still not quite clear about is how, like the fact that we receive this event from outside. I mean, it's necessary if we want to be able to push to it from the outside, so that makes sense. But how is it used to create this? Because I remember that these events were created, for instance, where we're looking at elements by doing this one-off map and this alt and combining all of the different handlers and all the different children events and all of that. We've looked at that, but then we are passing somehow. How does it work? The passing of that top level event is what I'm not completely clear about here. Like this, when this gets passed to an SDOM as an event, then where does it go? Because I don't see it in element here. Oh, right. No, it will be here. It will be in updates. Yes. So, and in updates, we subscribe update. And that's only for the attributes. And then we pass them to the children components as well. But the handlers don't use that carrier. What if they did? Because the fact that updates is passed here, that means that that allows code like this to be written, which depends on the state that's being passed, right? But when we create a handler, we don't have that. We can't depend on the state that's being passed. But couldn't we? Couldn't we change the type of handlers so that they actually you pass not just the context, but you pass the actual states like it's done here, like I? Basically, what if we try and refactor it like this? Then that would mean that we'd have access to the log here, and then everything would be just smooth sailing from there. So let's try that. Okay, so that means that the handler type now is taking model, so or E or I. And well, I'm not sure where we want it, but maybe here. I think here. But that really depends on handler on this type. I. And so what we want ideally is to have context and I. And here, right? And so that would work like this. Type variable is undefined, yeah, that's true. And then with pass it the I, right? Pass the I to the F. And then the difficulty would be to pass it in the set handlers here. But so here, in order to set attributes, we traverse set handlers. So it's really exactly the same pattern here, right? So it works with the fact that ATTR is an event. Is that right? It's over there. Where is the type for ATTR? I think it is an SDOM. That's it. Yes. Well, it's not exactly an event. But it has these hooks in there. Returns init and update. Whereas here with an handler, and this is not in an effect. Whereas here it is in an effect. And there are events created in the handler. There are events, I mean, this looks like event creation here, but it's not exactly event creation, right? Just that there's some updates, that we subscribe to the external updates with the update function that comes from ATTR. And so we want to also subscribe to updates here. So when we set the handler, we probably want to pass somehow the updates. So handler H it's maybe, is it I here or is it this type of updates? So events, and then we unwrap it in can I do H context E? What could I subscribe updates to here? If we follow a similar model here, would say that we're receiving something from H context, like an update, and then we subscribe update here. I mean, we also need to initialize it as well, but is there such a thing? Could we do something like that? Yeah, we do receive the initial value here. and then we subscribe to updates. So it would mean that we'd be able to somehow get an init and an update out of h context e, but right now out of h context e we're going to get context, we're going to get this thing. Right, whereas we want something a little bit like that. How about we say, okay, you return, so it's model. When you're in it, we just we need to do something in the handler, I suppose. We need to call it once, but then on updates is where what? Feels like we I mean, could we like do a tuple of this and that? This makes sense. Or I suppose I mean, it's quite strange. And this wouldn't work, but that's fine. And then out of this would get something like a tuple of init update and what? I suppose whatever is the result of h context e, which is this events type, which we're going to look into here. So I suppose that that's our return value, and we do pure return here or something like that. And here, I don't think that's not how it would work. This would be a model. And when we build a handler, then we would apply h to context and e. but indeed would want to return that crazy tuple. Which will have init and update, and would build init and update in whatever way attributes to it. Which will be like this. And except that when we received the model, what would we do? We want to call f with the context and the model, to be honest, indeed. So we kind of want the model in here. Can't really bypass that. But then, oh. Let me check something here. Yeah, context to model to string. So the F context model, that becomes a string here. And obviously that's too simple for our handler. But if we want the model passed here when we attach the listener, then how's that work? Maybe we don't. Maybe here we pass. We actually don't really use that bit here. Which is a problem because it means that we kind of need because the idea here is that the event that we get passed is a function from model to model. So the model that is being carried by the event per se, it doesn't necessarily matter. What we want is the ability to have the model here, and then we can return. We can use it here, and that probably should be the value. Is there some, does this create some dependencies that are not going to be, that we can't address? Because if it's the log before and then that we create some value, no, it'll still be okay because there'll be separation. We can do something with the value we receive. That's one thing. But then we get a pure log-to-log function. And the fact that we use the log here doesn't mean that we change the log. So, but I guess here we'd have a value that depends on the past value of the log. So in theory, we could create some, I guess, would you call this non-determinism? Or like some dependencies that actually break some deeper invariant that I'm intuiting but not putting my finger on really. Let's say that again. If we have an ops value that depends on log, clearly we want it to depend on log before any log change has happened. And then the problem is, so in fact we could pass log here. And then it would be the past log. And so it means that then we access the past log both from outside, so to speak, but then we could also use that here. But that wouldn't be a problem if it was the past log, right? Because then we also have the past log here. So we just, I guess we could do a quick check test that it's always the same. And like if we were to build arbitrary component trees. But is there a case where it would be a bit of a deadlock or some indeterminate value somehow? I think it wouldn't, right? Because it would, here it would be the past log or some derived value out of the past log. So it's, yeah, no, it's fine, I think. I don't think that it's impossible in principle. So but when we call this f here, we call it with context, but when we create the event listener, we don't really have a model to pass it. It's not a problem because we are not going to use that value, but it's a problem because we can't pull an empty model out of thin air unless we pass maybe the initial model. And then arbitrarily, we just continue passing that value in there. And I think that's in fact possible if we hook into this init value, but we can't really do that, can we? Init is a model to effect. So we could impose a not a monoid, but like a default or an empty type class on model or something. That wouldn't be too big of a constraint, in my view. Is there a default type class in PureScript? Maybe there is a pointed one actually. That's invariant, but it's not a type class. There is a data default. How about pointed? Isn't that the right thing? There is a PureScript pointed. That's not what I think of when I think of pointed, but am I just wrong, or is it just called differently? Right, it's not exactly that. Semigroup, monoid, type class, hierarchy. Yeah, it's none of those. It's something on the side of it. So yeah, I guess it's just too granular. It's something with a distinguished element. And you can say that monoid is semigroup plus that thing. And maybe you could say even category is maybe the identity being the kind of the pointed thing, but no, it doesn't work because that's more of a by. I mean, this needs to. It has a like a tensor structure or binary operator structure. I guess this has a binary operator structure too. Maybe pointed is right. No, because identity is the identity functor here. Yeah. So if I had a model, then the point of, yeah, it wouldn't be like just wrap a thing into a single thing. It would be pick a single element out of. So is that co-pointed? What's co-pointed, by the way? PA2A. So then if I have a wrap monoid. Why wrap monoid? Where is it? Wrap monoid, unwrap monoid. Min. Oh boy. Here. Get min, so, and get max, that sounds right. And then on MT just get the head. And so for monoid I would think it's just nothing. But why isn't it the case? Why copointed monoid of any A to me should be nothing? But it's unwrapped monoid. Okay, maybe I need to know what a wrapped monoid is. Semi-group for an arbitrary monoid. Oh. I see. So that's okay. That's the semi-group, but doesn't necessarily explain. Source here. Sounds like that's just a monoid. Okay, maybe I should Google this. Maybe I'm just saying like maybe A to, well, I can't say nothing. It's not a type. Maybe A to some B. Am I thinking about this correctly? I mean, I think, let's look at default. I thought there was a competition between default and some other thing. Default type class. Don't choose default. Default type class. Let's look at the actual definition. Data default. Why is there no source for this? Okay, source. Instances, old, containers, base. Data default class. yeah, defaults empty for all of the things. So that's what I had in mind. So why not use it? Because of instance resolution issues. Okay, even on default, I have default value for the type blah. You cannot use default without creating new types to overload them. Why will consider following default instance? Default float. Ship with default instance, with default to the empty list. Why would I want to default to the empty list? Why not list of 0? Okay. You already have lots of default monoism empty is a way to express blah blah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we could have model as a monoid. I mean, it feels like that's adding quite a lot, but I guess ultimately maybe I would want model as a monoid because I like to think of, because maybe actually the chronofold itself will have more of a monoidal interface to it. So maybe that will remove boilerplate. Let's look at what purescript did with its default. Into data default. Is there a purescript default? There is. It's archived. Default, empty, diagrams, another post on default, 0. Semigroup with absorption. Right. Yeah, that's indeed. Are we talking about 1 or are we talking about 0? And with regard to multiplication or addition? Semigroup instance of maybe is confusing because it relies on monoid. Cannot be used with 0. Strange. Okay. So obviously, if I start modifying the library and that I don't really know what I'm doing, then the most common or the easiest option, unless I want to go into this tangent, which is tempting, is to shift to a more understood library. Actually, this reminds me of something. A purescript flare. That's something they've used in the past, and that's also based on applicative style programming. And I forgot that it was based on type spreadsheet. And the reason why this might be interesting is because this would reinforce my intuition about whether the style of applicative combining that we want to do is possible or not. Because I don't have enough example in SDOM to know whether actually really it's not possible. The way I think about the applicative style limitations here is that you have a tree of components, and then, well, first of all, neighboring components can't depend on the value of each other, but parent components can depend on the value of their children. And so that's fairly similar to the state hierarchy that we have here. And that's fine, but that doesn't necessarily say anything about where and when effects occur. I think that's a slightly different matter. Having our state available here would be any like this path towards modifying. So let's take some notes out of that before we sign off. Okay. Still in the prototype. Okay. Conclusions from the SDOM walkthrough. We could wire effects before or after state change, since we can't make state to state events. make event of state to state. Have a side effect that depends on state. Directly. Or, and I think that's more complicated, modify the library to pass current state to event handlers, right? We pass the current state to the event handler, then we have it available to construct our ops, and we're happy. And alternatively, somehow we can get state out of the editor. Let's look again at the SDOM documentation, or even the if we open up the SDOM type, the opening up of it is really meant to be done only once, to create the wiring. And creating the wiring means passing in a node to attach to it, an initial context, an initial model, an event, and then returning whatever is needed to then push things into it and unsubscribe. So it seems that all state changes are then contained into this I2O type. And this event type here being the thing that we've been focusing on as the possible escape hatch to have something effectful that allows us to access to the I2O, but I think it's not sufficient. And there's still the options of trying to pass the context. But I think where we saw, well, actually, maybe that's something that I've been putting aside, which is to understand this array function, which is the one that actually is able to pass the array. Oh yeah, but the idea was that this context is static. It's static on DOM creation. It's not meant to be updated regularly. So it, yeah, it's not, still not good. Still not what we want. I suppose what if we what if our F was effectful? Then we'd kind of get it out like this, and it would still probably work. So that's also possible, I guess. I can make a note of it. So we pass an effectful state change plus some side effect, like a hooky kind of thing. I mean, you know, that makes me kind of want to go back to PureScript React Basic and PureScript React Basic hooks and whatnot. So that's the other option, right? That's the library I know best, and we have access to the whole React ecosystem if we do this, and that's pretty powerful. In fact, it maybe also means that we can create a React component powered by Chronofold underneath. So not only have access to it in PureScript and call in React components, but also allow other pure React applications to call us and not care that we return PureScript. That's pretty appealing. And I've been playing with also the React Native version of that, so that's also pretty appealing, even though we would have some trouble with Hyperswarm, but that's also interesting trouble to look at, possibly. I think because some of the crypto stuff is hard to build on mobile. Plus, I know it. It's not as elegant and constrained, that's for sure. But maybe the constraints have beaten us because we can't do it. You know, I for some reason, my intuition tells me that I'm still missing something simple here. And that the key is in the event type. The ability to use events directly in a component's event channel. Events will be disposed of when a new event takes place. I still don't even know how to write this properly. So it could be that that's invalid states are not representable. And that's why I can't write it. I mean, there was this strange assumption that I had at one point, right, with the interval, with this this idiom, that it meant somehow that we smuggled the effects inside this pure function. But what we've seen is that the interaction with the key playlist which resubscribes the events and the functor instance. Right, we did it here. We run this effectful counter setup. And clear the previous one that we had. Something that actually we haven't even really demonstrated, right? Like if we take a longer interval time. Do we even compile in this state? No, definitely not. Yeah, I'm going to revert those changes. I think they were definitely too ambitious. And where does this lead us? Yeah. And listen. Okay. So if I press A, three, four, five, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2. If I repress A, 3, 4, 5, 2. Yeah, so it, I mean, I think I could demo that better by doing the other idiom. And I suppose I could just spy on time. Okay, I need to const b and spy on time, is that right? And this. Yeah, this time it's not going to be easy to read. Yeah, it's clear that I triggered it at the end of a cycle and it extended the cycle, so it's clear that it does properly reset the timer. Which means it does recall this whole event. And that's fine, and I kind of want this over here as an example of or the explanation of what this gets or an equivalent representation of what this gets evaluated to. Because yeah, the idea is that we get past time, but we ignore it, and instead we pass it whatever value, and that value is the log-to-log function in this case. So this is the f, where f is the log-to-log function, state to state. So in theory, instead of doing keep latest, we could do another combinator. I mean, the role of the keep latest is not even super, yeah, it's not even part of this. So maybe it's just an event, some kind of event combinator. And I guess we already tried to do that a little bit by trying to write the event by hand. Instead of in this format. Because as long as we return, or that we give k a subscriber, that we give it const f, then we're kind of free to do whatever we want in here. Okay, so okay, let's revert to our, I mean, I guess the offline thing might be useful at some point, so let's keep it. So that's our f. So let's have a where f, I suppose we can call it go. And that's our FRP event. What's the problem with it? Another the constructor, okay. FRP event time, FRP event. Is that not exported? Maybe it's not exported. I think we do make events for this, yes. That's right. And set interval is also not imported, but that's from some JavaScript thing. Effect timer. And here is fixed. And we also need to get now, and now is from effect now. The my function with tuple. Takes a callback and returns an effect to of effect unit. And it's just maybe we need to do this or do pure of this. No. What's the deal? So my equational reasoning wasn't quite proper. What did I do? So that wasn't quite right. Function with tuple. Oh. Right. Don't understand why they can't ban this. It seems like fairly straightforward to pattern match on it. Set interval is not a problem. Time is not a problem. So it's really about this the type of this. We have array up state to state. Is that correct? I think so. And so maybe could not match array with tuple log. These are just K. Oh, right, okay. I need to pass ops here, don't I? Instant with array op. I think I'm passing an array op already. Oh boy. Right. Okay. Okay. Yes. Hold on. Right. So this ops, I need to send the ops. Yeah, I mean, looks like that's another hallucination on my part. I still can't get the state. It's still not possible. I can do whatever with effects in the middle. That's all well and good, but I still can't get the state. Yeah. It's a little bit easier to read in that style and in the with the combinator style with the void left and whatnot, but it amounts to the same thing, that I'm still passing around a function from state to state, and that doesn't allow me to get the state. I can pre-compose something, I can post-compose something. But I can't get in the middle. So then we're back to modifying sdom, but I guess I suppose if we modified it at the top here, maybe it would be an easier thing. So in which case, what would we do? We do something like, would it work to pass a state to state to effect? Not even sure. Yeah, what I said is that we'd want to pass maybe some kind of a tuple of state to state, and of maybe state to effect unit, right? So like a hooky thing. Then we need to change the type signature of async, or with async. We create a with async prime. that will have type this of tuple I to effect unit. I suppose we need another, interpret channel. Yeah, I guess we would just maybe we need to I think that would work actually. We just keep the channel and we just need to change the attach type to this crazy type. And so we need to extract f from it as well as ef from it. And then we'd sort of run ef on the model. The new or the old? Let's say the old. And so what's the problem here? Function with tuple. I see. Yeah, no, I still don't get it. Why? Is it because of the type of subscribers? Takes an event and an A to effect. Is it because of the type of events? type of event doesn't have anything to do with it. We can do passive matching like this, right? Then when we do the either absolute entity, we identity should get me this tuple out. Right, the type of A should be the same here and here. So maybe I need to check the type of sdom and sdom here. Yeah. Yeah, so I can't just change the type at the top. Unless I do some further trick, because the type of the event here is not compatible. Unless I do a trick and I pass it in the channel, and then sort of get it the void it needs, but only sort of afterwards. Okay, that's suppose possible. Oh, but no, we don't want it to be an either. No, we don't. Yeah, can't have that. Yeah, so we're back to back to being stuck. Huh. Back to being stuck. You can't smuggle something in here. And I suppose we could smuggle it at this level. And then get back to being state to state, but we'd pass it some let's call it go for now. Of type state to effect unit. Call it EF. That would take the model. So then in that case we need to have the we need to have the we need to have state contain both the log and the ops, and then we can send the log and the ops. Okay, well, it's not exactly that, right? It's that we build one of these. So, oh, actually, actually, in our case, since we need to pass the log to get the ops, and we kind of need it to be an effective state, and then in fact do get an affected model and run F on the affected model. So we have to kind of pre-compose this effect. Which of course is not going to be nice. Yeah, then we're going to need to do this, aren't we? And that's not even going to work. Oh, because we need to change the types here. that gonna work? It is. Okay. Right, so here we get some ops. We send them. And we return them. And our state, yeah, so that's definitely not going to be this. And in fact, this doesn't exist. Our state is going to be a log. Boolean. Some event, and some array of op. Then we'll take the log and e here. And the prop of sproxy b or online. Online. Also ops, well, so let's not use this version. Go for something simpler. So now we can be back to a pure function. we get the log, we get some ops, we append them. And we return right, so we do need to do s and s log equal pen. I think that's the syntax, no? And here we, what do we do? Right, listening. I don't know what listening is going to be. But for now, we can just say, just get the log and yeah, sure. Pin it like so, and then do log equal and prime. You know what? Sure. I mean, I suppose listening is going to also bring in ops, and that we won't need to do this listen true because we'll do this at the edge. And yeah, and we can do comma ops here, and we can remove that parenthesis. And this. Okay, and what did this? No, that didn't compile. What is this? Oh, right. Oh, yes. Send is not that. It's send underscore now. Yeah. Yeah, sure. S log equals well, log isn't changed in fact, so it's just ops that we replace with well, with ops in fact. I think this works, doesn't it? Maybe with so okay, so we might need to do equal ops. It's not pretty, but and then right top will be in this place. Isn't that true? So no, it's not true. Hold on. What did I do? It's the last thing. It shouldn't be the last thing. That's not very pretty. Like this instead. And like that. Oh, right, yeah. And then this is log alpha root online false and ops empty array and a record. You're gonna tell me you're missing a EV maybe? That's not the problem. Oh, is it that I need to compile purescript-sdom? Okay, I think I need to compile it from here as well. we'll build here. Yeah, you're missing EV. And what's an empty event? So maybe we make it a maybe for now at least. Because I don't know how to create an event out of thin air, so let's make it a maybe. And yeah, we'll deal with the consequences downward afterwards. EV nothing. How's that? Okay, that yeah, so now you want some event, and I suppose will that work? It's not the maybe monad, right? So right, so I think if we do maybe empty identity do and EVs well, it compiles. Don't know what it's gonna do. It's a bit weird. In particular, what it does here is super extra weird. So we want to do something like this, I believe. And then I think right, yeah, online is not the best let's say on, I suppose. Short and sweet. Ops is shadowed here. Right. Well, I think we're not receiving ops here. We're receiving EVs. Are we? No, what are we even receiving here? Oh, function from log to array op. Yeah, I don't think that that's the case anymore. What are we even doing with this now? Where we receive this? Are we supposed to put it in EV? That's what we're supposed to do. How do we do that? we do comma ev equal ev. That's how we do it. Except that now in right R is an event of event. I mean a JavaScript event. It is a really bad name. And so we don't build anything, we just return that. And it needs to be a baby event, that's fine, we can put it in adjust. Or, yeah, well, no, let's be consistent here. Let's put it in adjust here. Okay, so now each time we press a button, the event gets bubbled up here, and the EV gets appended to state. And that's part of the old model. Oh, that's not part of the old model. It's part of the new model. It's not going to work like this. So receive the event. I can put it in the new version of the log. So I suppose I need to make a choice here. Yes. This will be a kind of a send queue. And I just send sort of well, I suppose it will be the ops, and then we'll just reset it after we've sent them. And we, however, need to then do the effects on the new model. And do this like that. And then in here, we have the events. We sort of say where ops is all that thing. Well, yeah, we do. Okay, I think we need two ops queues. We have an ops in, and we reset that once they're sent. Okay, let's be super explicit. Ops to append will put in there. Can we do this in one pass? Don't even know right now. Because what we have here, we have the one to append will append. We don't care about the one to send here. We just pass them through if there are some. And the one to append, we append them. And then we say we've appended them. And what about this thing? Those are the events coming in. Oh yeah, so they becomes the ops to send, right? Say yeah, send those. And yeah, we can do this. No, it's a bit strange. Something like this. Of course, we need to modify our state data type. Now we have ops to append and ops to send. And what we receive is going to be ops to append. Ah, yeah, of course. And then both ops to append and ops to send will be empty arrays. And so then what would happen? Then I'll press a key, get an event. It will go into an opt to append. It will be an EV. Ops to append will be empty. That's fine. We'll get those as ops to send first. By using the log. Getting the maybe event out. Oh, we don't need the events here anymore. So we can actually make them just regular events without the maybe. And that means that we can do pure EV log here. So we get if there were ups to append, we append them and then set that to 0, but otherwise we have some events to send. So we built those. And I did break something, I think. Event with a maybe event. It must be a maybe event right here. Okay. I think this is not, I think I'm doing this, it's not possible in one pass, I think. So we get the event, get into ops to send with the log. We get these ops to send, we send them, we reset it, and we say now we sent them, append them. That's the wrong way around. I think I can just append them here. And just say also send them. And so then we can go back to a single ops data type. And what we want is have ops here. And that means that they would need to be of type yeah, it wouldn't be listen, then we need to think of the other way around. And how we had it was we can't send the message. Could do it. No, we wouldn't want to be doing it like this. Yeah, I think we want to say listen and have a callback. Yeah, so like this, right? And pass the ops here. Listen passes an array of op. Oh, pure. And indeed, and we just have this. On ops, and we don't have EV anymore. Did I not remove that? Suppose I didn't. And it runs. Well. Okay, let's take a look at our FFI here. What do? When we send, we're supposed to see some payload, and right now we have nothing as the payload. Why is that? Because maybe our send function is supposed to take ops. Are we using the send function? We use the send underscore function. Did I recompile this? Maybe I need to recompile Spago sdom library. I mean, I think it's supposed to recompile it by itself, but I'm not sure it has, because I think I removed a whole bunch of spying statements, but I do have the log spying here, so maybe it's all good. And the CP one is just this one, yeah. So no, it's okay. It's building what it's supposed to build, I think. But payload is empty array. Okay, so let's look at this again. Event. We're supposed to receive it from here. It's supposed to go inside this closure. And build prime, I mean, am I failing to build here for some reason? Let's first of all, suppose we could call this yeah, we could call this ops, and we don't care about potentially incoming ops. We say where ops calls this, and we call this ops as well. And maybe we can even do this. No. But what do you're not happy about that? Strength unit. Not this log, definitely not. Yeah, okay. Oops. So I suppose I need to do a let and do this here. And I wanted to then spy on this, but let's first. Also, we do get a knob that looks like a knob here. So where is that from? Payload is still empty. Oh, that's at the very beginning. Yeah, that's nothing. I think that's me spying on one of these ops up there, or which one? Oh, listen, no, that's ops, not op. Could be in chronofold actually. Or oh, right there, log underscore. Ah, yes, I log it right there. I see. So not that. And sdom, let's look at it again. It's supposed to take the result of the new model and then pass that to EF. And then basically ignore the outcome. Oh. No, we don't ignore the outcome. We return the outcome. Still an empty payload. So it means that this is empty. It's not, it has an op in it. It's the proper value. So to me that means that in the new model there should be an op with the array of op here. The building of the dependent library, I'm not sure is working as it should. Yeah, definitely not. Payload op. I think we finally got it. I needed to brute force this a little bit, I suppose. Had to modify the library. But this seems like the type of addition I was thinking about. So not too terrible. Like a hook, basically. And I mean, I suppose it works, right? Let's double check. ABC blah. We're building our thing. We seem to have ops that correspond to the right things that we add. 115 at the end. 115. So, I mean, does backspace work? It looks like it does. The op is 8, which is correct. Yeah. Okay, well, you know what? I'm not gonna stop then. I am gonna try and plug in the network because I want to see this working. So that does mean, though, getting into this pipes story in JavaScript. Yeah, I can find out how to do that. So let's look at the Hyperswarm. Library. So we're supposed to do this socket pipe thing once we have a socket. That is, if we had, but we need an adapter to send things through there. So we need to, I think the type of this was, well, it's definitely in Hyperswarm, it's for sure. So let's just, yeah, we don't have the dependency to click on here, huh? It's fine. Hyperswarm is right here. And no, so that dev dependencies. Yeah, I think it's in Hyperswarm network. And that itself uses it's not any of this, I don't think. And this socket is a what? part of the network thing. That's the name of the function. So, but called when any commit socket is received. Connect, socket established TCP or UTP socket. Can use the socket as a stream. So this passes this creates the socket, right? Lib. Net.socket. Oh, what? What is net? Is it node net? I suppose it has to. It is. So I suppose we can do on data on it. Let's try that. So, right, so we're supposed to receive a socket sometime here. And what I was trying to do here is to say, well, let's call it sock, okay? Be a bit clearer than S, and then we have a sock in that's ambient. And then if sock, then do things. Else, well, maybe we'll want to retry in the future. Maybe retry. But for now, we'll console error. Socket not ready. And we'll do the same for listening. And then we'll add the if online thingy in there. Okay, and so listen will mean something like not stop set interval, but it will mean sock dot on data call back data with the dreaded thingy. And then else, if we're not online, then something else. I don't know. Console log. Console error. Not online for now. And yeah, so that would just be, we want to know what's up with the sock here. And yeah, we won't do anything with this. And sending will be what? It will be well, it won't be on. It's written. Look up. Can we do limit it when no, that's an event? Node, how to write to net socket. Socket.write. Okay, let's try this. And we'll want to have another window. Socket's not defined. Oh yeah, it's not socket, it's sock, right? Did I do socket somewhere? Yeah, here. Okay. I think I did send something, but it was clearly not received. Oh, right, that's because the listening thing didn't get called. Because I don't have this sort of initial event. PureScript web events key up. Wherever that is, I think we can find the document on start or whatever that thing is called. Events. Internal types. No. Target. No. Phase. So maybe, okay, key up, where was this? UI events. Wheel events. How about document events? Onload. It's in React, Smolder, curve, blah. Well, I would assume that if it's in React, yeah, no, because this wraps everything. So maybe in Smolder that would reuse the. So it's just attribute onload. So I wonder whether we can do something like just onload and then onload E left right listen, and for now we'll say true. How do I know whether this has been called or not? Supposedly called listen true, and listen true calls listen underscore, and listen underscore should have said something. Maybe it's not fully saturated at this point. Yeah, no, it's not. It gets fully saturated when it's receiving an up. Okay, so meh. Right, it would be onload on this particular div, but I suppose that's not necessarily what we want. Let's see. I mean, normally we want the document onload. That might be too tricky to get to. I think technically this is the div that we're looking at. It does have an onload event listener. Okay, Web API onload event. Yeah, it seems like that's really for window and document. Load events, yeah, in Windows. easy topic. How we the other option is to reactivate this, and maybe now with our new event type it's actually possible. Because we can get push out of things. Yeah, it is possible actually. Yes. Get push out of the registration, the attaching, and then we call listen, which now takes a boolean, so true, and then we remove what we've done here to not confuse things. It also means that there's really isn't a listen case anymore. We deal with that sort of as part of the write. And right, where here won't do because we need several wheres. That's okay. We have several wheres and we can deal with that. But receive, we used to have a receive that was just this. Can we do that here? Will that work? What's going on here? Oh, we did compile. Okay. I'm not so sure. Ah, yeah. Right. And one more. Yes. State to state. And we'll append, and yes, we'll say, well, say this is S. And this is S with log. Being like so. Receive is shadowed. Right. Yeah, that's the receive we want. Yes, that's not this receive. Okay, tries to call listen, but too fast. And the socket's not ready at that point. Okay. So can't we just do the whole thing here? says listen.sock undefined, but it doesn't give us an error. Oh yeah, of course it doesn't, because now this should be here. And indeed we have a socket and I think we did send something. Yeah, because we have a payload, but don't seem to have received data, but yeah, I'm not even sure whether that's the right way. On data, yeah, no, it seems to be. Although that's client rather than socket, but let's see in that example, socket on data, function data. Should work in some way. Okay, well, things are wired in some sense, and now it's just like JavaScript socket connectivity, I think. I mean, it could be that we are not quite yet done with the way that we trigger this push here, and but apart from that, I think there's progress. We did have to hack the purescript-sdom library in the end, but maybe it's not hacking. Maybe it's an improvement. Maybe it's a way to allow for effectful hooks to occur, basically after each update. And so it will work for only fairly simple cases, I guess. It seems like connecting it to the interpreter would be a much nicer API, so that we could pattern match on an action instead of doing it for all state. But yeah, that's it. I'm going to sign off now. Thanks a lot for watching. You are a true hero if you've been watching until here, really. That's amazing. I realize that my energy level at the Friday evening is fairly low, especially after streaming 4 hours, after working 8 hours today. So yeah, thanks a lot if you've watched this, and I hope that you got a little bit out of it. And yeah, I'll see you later. Take care. Bye-bye.